Good morning. Or whatever it is, wherever you are. Alright. So we found out that some of the consumable stuff is not getting properly tagged here. Yeah, like these actually have some prerequisites. I think prod bearing technically has like a special prereq, isn't it, in the data. I think that's one of the call ones, but those are gonna kind of be all over the place. I don't know if I'm gonna do a lot of special routing considerations for that. Symbol data dot. Oh, it was specifically icons we were having any. I don't know. I don't remember if I'm going to have to do any manual translation of drop versus trait. And what object do you make? You make consumable data. Do we have a trait data? So how does this compare? Base 1, consumable. Last stand. Temporary. Oh, store item. Okay, so yes. Required one of. Is that only used for that? No, there's Dark Thirst. Duration. Heal. And this is a Q, so this is something else. Boss Hades Peaceful. Thanatos. Yeah, this is all darkness things. Wonder why they're putting required false Thanatos on there. Oh, maybe it's not in these encounters, not we've ever had these encounters. Okay, so these have requirements. Maybe the Poseidon consumables don't have requirements. So we can't use required one of traits as a signal to which ones are interesting. Now, the trait data. No, it is drop. So is this simply we have this name in the consumable data? Then we can look up stuff there. Okay, well, you're not using this. Here, actually, what is this set up to do right now? This is... Oh, did I convert this completely to JSON? No, this is still subgraph. I did a separate dump, and I kind of want this in both. So we're going to have to port it around. The things we're looking for are icons and requirements. Where did icons come from? Okay, icons came from there. I guess I wasn't using icons here because it doesn't show up in the SVG. No, trade icon. Which I was building from... but this gets called on the... Okay, it's not being used here currently. So the icon part we don't need, the required we do. It's only one of that we can see. Unless it's required, unless it's, one of them ends up being like required something else. Oh, there's several requireds. The other one that we always saw in there was at least one from each set. No, okay. So this is going through linked upgrades. This is not a linked upgrade. Well, we did basic level. This is kind of at basic level. This would still be in God, but it would be... We just kind of have to go check. And I guess we know this is going to be consumables. And I really gave up on the subgraph stuff, so that's not going to matter. Oh, see, this was set up to handle empty arrays, but we can go ahead and put that there. Now, this iteration's different, though, because this is just a list. Well, no, in this list... Now, this was a key value. This is just going to be a list of things. So this is going to be a I pairs. Rex was the field of there. If not printed to get, and consumable data to get. It's going to be a little bit annoying to type out. So we've got the consumable data, we've got... Then we're going to be iterating over the requirements. Are we going to be iterating over? Well, it's effectively a one of here. So it'd go into there. So we have to test this, then test if it has a required one of traits. Wait, what was data here? Oh, this is all the God. So we're making sure that this exists. And then join key is all of this stuff. Oh, and then I wanted to actually set up. Yeah. These were some simple watch commands, but we keep having to do this. This is basically our HTML. Well. Watch. Ruby proc. I've redone some stuff since I did this. Oh, interesting. These got graphed at this distance. I wonder, did I have direct lines? Because I put them in as God traits? I mean, these appear out there. Did linked upgrades not appear there? This is linked upgrades. It was doing it as a God trait. Well, that would put it back in a primary position, wouldn't it? Maybe we do this afterwards? Nope, doesn't change that. How is that different than this? So we've got God traits, which does God trait. We've got God trait to get. Oh, so that's the consumables, which we're actually working against a different category. Does that mean we just don't do this because we're doing that, defining it twice? Of course, not all of them are going to have prerequisites is the problem. Because that moves out these. Well, it's tough to have consumable data, right? But we don't print anything, and well, that is consumable data. This is a required one of, so this would actually have to go here. Last in, blending flash. Well, that was a standard one. And then Poseidon would be the other one that might have some drop stuff. Okay, no prerequisites. And did the other one have prerequisites? Poseidon picked up minor loot. What was his other thing? Dionysus gift. Ah, yes. So did that. I don't think that has prerequisites. I just want to make sure it still exists. Oh. Premium vintage. Yeah, it's hanging out in the breeze. It's not actually linked to him. Oh, that's what the thing that the god traits did. So that brings down premium vintage, but also brings down these even though they have prerequisites. Okay, so there's this, which we're getting regardless, and then this is the thing that we kind of end up missing there. So we kind of need to say, this needs new level. And then this needs an else. If there's no link, we just link it to the god. Okay. We just lose it entirely. No. Okay, if we never do this. Or, oh no, because I'm still doing it here. Oh, you know what? This includes the basic, I mean, this is, the repeats don't matter, but there's duplicate. Okay, so those have prerequisites. Premium. Well, it's not hanging out in the wind. Or maybe we just sorted things a little bit differently. Yeah, now it's out here. I got the latest one, right? Yeah. Oh, maybe we didn't. Nah. Now it's over there again. Oh, it has consumable data, it doesn't have requirements. So actually, this doesn't need to be different. Okay, I don't see it hanging out in the breeze. Yeah, so this is just kind of hanging. And Athenas are up there. Random minor loot drop. Base consumable, tier 1, rarity levels. Shop. I guess gods are kind of a shop, right? Oh, icons. That was the other thing we needed. Well, no, this one isn't using icons. Oh, and then there's how it translates to a trait name. So I guess the trait would probably have to have the same icon assigned somewhere. All right, so we dealt with some of the prerequisite stuff. We got this updated for any reference we need to make of it. Oh, does that mean... Yeah, sunken treasure, there it is. Although wasn't... Sunken treasure supposed to be the... Sunken treasure in Ocean's Bounty supposed to be the prereq for fishing? Oh, trait name. So that translates to this. Which translates to the prerequisite. So that's where you come from. Now, where was I getting names from? Texts. We do something special for trait names. God trait did that, but God trait, duo trait. Am I doing anything that doesn't hit one of those? Was texts one of... Yeah, you are a... One of the translated JSON files. Okay, so the original SJSONs aren't even here. No. Oh, I guess that doesn't necessarily need to be a visible boon. I mean, like, some of the Athena things have actual effects. Well, these don't have names, though. But that gives a different trait, which might have a name. It becomes last stand heal trait. Right. So to get names on those. Last stand heal trait initial? Restores more than usual. Oh, maybe if you get it again, it doesn't add the new stuff? I don't know if we've got a code definition for this anywhere, though. Not in the scripts folder. Maybe initial is a code orchestrated thing? Less than he'll drop. That has to be false. Upgraded temporary. That must be Patroclus. Hmm. Well, I don't think... Oh, wait, replenish. Yeah, this is all... And this is a text that ends up getting used. Oh, this is heal trait. Restores more, restores more. Oh, and this is the description of the drop. Which doesn't have a name, though? Oh, inherit from initial. Inherit from heal trait. Okay, so the drop inherits from the initial, which inherits from the heal trait. I don't know what initial means, though. Then duration trait initial. Initial. Athena. Oh, is this when offered versus when in your sidebar? So if you have a one-time effect, like the Lastander nectar bottles, then the offering shows that. So we actually have to follow the inherits fund. Initials mostly seem to inherit from the others and then have the name on the base. So the trait has the display name, but the drop does give you the inherent from, which you could just follow back. So I can either look up the listed name and follow the inherits from, or I can look up the consumable and actually this is going to be a little bit, I'd actually have to look through function args to find something named trait name. But even the drop has the has this, which points you back in text, which would be a little bit more general, I guess. And this is it's It's a brute force search. So if we have to say if display name, then return display name. Else, if and I think that returning this versus returning nothing would be about the same effect. Oh, do you do like else if, or I guess it's else if. No, 380. All right, was this something else I was doing? Okay. If else. If else. Okay, it's supposed to be else if. Wait. This is a different version of Lua. Oh no, they're putting that on the next line. Oh, else if doesn't have a then. But my syntax editor doesn't like it. No. Okay, fine. Do it the silly way. Oh, no, another error. Oh, no, it's a missing function. Oh, it's a syntax error. All right, and this is looking to see if we get... Yep, last stand, deathless stand. Actually, we already had the names for those. Oh no, this never needs to exist in your side. So for this, I would have to look at the it gives you trait thing to create a causality link there. Oh, and this is the conch shell, which probably like gives you this trait, but it's a thing itself. Probably the conch shell itself has the name. So track this link. I guess I could just add manually. So I actually need your node name. Random minor loot drop. Trying to move things a little bit. And it says that these two. I just shuffled everything over. Ah, because Ocean's Bounty. Right, because this is the 2 of 3 thing. This gets a little bit weird. I guess in a sense this should be like, it doesn't really fall from Poseidon, but could be kind of grouped here. Actually, this is almost the same thing. I guess for that we would actually want to say, if the ID is equal to this, then we translate it back to that. That would have to be done when doing the edge, though. And that is going to be one of these. The label, join key, so actually I guess you just want to skip that. I was adding the edge there. Do we use to get in a data way here? No. This is join to get. We need... Right, this node is saying it needs this. Oh, equals. Okay, that looks a little bit better. This thing's still kind of hanging out there. I mean, Windows isn't really involved in anything. He can just do that anytime, I guess. I think the main problem I have with this is that the arrows are going kind of the wrong way. Poseidon upgrade to Force Poseidon boon trait. Oh, and I was doing things to hide that edge. It's not really a an actual ability though. So I don't want to do all the coloring stuff. Oh, we're not doing the edge. Okay, so that makes this, and that's not technically a duo boon. It's just like a special case Poseidon boon. I don't think I've done anything to detect those cases here. All of which is somewhat aside. Bin. Now we need those dump basically. Also has not been run since moving it. Oh. But the other one was able to do that. Ah, because it counted as an output. Okay, and then you're going to need consumable data. Constants. All right, so what did we do? All right, so in our loop, we did this extra little thing. Do we even have a main loop here? Not exactly. Well, maybe. Linked upgrades. This is before linked upgrades? No, this identifies things that have that. They're also only going to have consumables, so it's okay to have this parallel, I guess. And I see this is God traits, adding consumables. Oh, I have to add this as a single list here, though. We can't be as loosey-goosey with the format. But does God traits... But these might have prerequisites. And I had put them kind of into linked data. Or rather, I had followed the structure and put things with links. Well, I ended up using a either-or parser, so it's sort of okay. Oh, we did build up a list of links, though. So we could have that as a separate section here and consider those as potentially linked upgrades. I'm not actually sure what the functional difference of a consumable is. Oh, I've doubled up new lines in a few places. I guess this the print is putting out a new line as well here. So right now, linked upgrades has the requirements. And all of our other stuff is in a single big table, which we just kind of concat and print. Well, we're making it a thing. We could append to it. So God trait does all that basic stuff, which is not going to include the linked upgrade stuff. So extra, extra, extra. Oh, we took this and gave it extra. So we can reuse some of that. That is going through the linked upgrades list itself. And we are defining links at this level, not in some kind of sub-function. We already checked. I think everybody defines consumables, but it's mostly empty. Let's see, we're not dealing with printed here. We're going to do the trait regardless. It's just whether we have an extra or not. And this is the if rex level. Consumable data to get required one of traits. And God trait here looks like this. It's a table insert. This is traits. Now, that'll only get you the links. Wait, I never even dealt with, because this program didn't deal with icons. This should probably be the same. Trait icon, which we didn't end up using over there. Okay. So given an icon ID, so actually this looks up the icon. It doesn't tell us where to get it from. So God trait is looking it up in trait data. But this is a consumable, not a trait. All right, I'm going to take a little break. I'll be back in a minute. Hmm. Actually, that page works fine in Firefox. I wonder if there's a Chrome issue. Nope, it's still an OBS issue. Oh, we're saying if we have an icon. All right, consumable data. Oh, no, these are keyed. This is not the help text. Oh, not consumables. Where does this output? Traits.json. Oh, I probably put this into output directory and then copied it. Yeah. And then I ignored this directory. Name, icon. I'm not run this. All right, so now. Okay, so first of all, oh, fetch error. Okay, then. So this would have to be somewhere related to these new things. I wish we got more. This is a fetch error? Well, and problem with the given value. It's not really giving me. Except to the property name at line 4444. Random minor. Oh, this is still this thing. So it exists but doesn't have an icon. No. But doesn't have requirements. Okay. You exist but are empty. This gigantic phrase again. No, that didn't fix it either. No. Oh, linked upgrades always had extras. So do you actually have to be nothing? Okay, that was... do I still have the consumable data up? Okay, in fact, that might be empty. No. Four, four, four. Oh, because we had to copy it over. We kind of got our approved version here. And this was printing out what we got. Okay. So there's that. And what we wanted to do was remove this. Oh. It's always something. That's help text. Wait, are you not listed as a actual trait? Oh. Maybe you inherit for the icon. All right, so that would be trait data. And it's going to be very similar to all of them. Property changes. What's a shield load ammo trait? Weapons name, effect name. Poseidon range trait. Trait dependency text overrides. Okay, trait text, sure. Oh, if we have shield load ammo trait, then it becomes this? Inherit from Poseidon range trait. So skip equals true. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I've seen that in the in-game thing. So when we're looking up trait data, we need to follow inherits from. If there's no icon, I guess. An icon isn't a thing that I really need most of the time for my other graph. Now this is given an icon ID. Actually, the syntax of this is different, so we kind of need to wrap something around trait icon. Actually, Lua could be source dependent. So we want, well, we were not printing this if it wasn't present. So I guess we have to have this like return null and deal with that. So we have icon equals trait icon, and then if and that should be no worse for anything else. Well, it certainly moved stuff. Yeah, it's definitely worse for everything else. Oh, it's recursive. I don't know how did this even work? Well, it wouldn't have found the icon. That's how it worked. Okay, we got a bunch of icons. We still don't have this one. Now that we have a thing for just looking up icons for a trait, this is in trait data. What is it? No, that's the wrong file. Inherit from. It's a list. I was thinking to know if it exists. Well, I think everything is going to inherit from something, probably. Well, almost everything. Any of these could return. Since it's a list, we can't necessarily jump directly to one. Where'd my traits JSON? And it's this, yeah, because it probably just inherits from this one. All right. And that actually parsed. Get consumable and parent icons. Now, I still haven't done anything on this end. For the Poseidon situation. There's going to be a certain amount of manual placement with some of that stuff anyway, so it might not matter. All right. Lua part's hopefully done. Now I have to figure out what the heck to do with this mess. Well, one of the main things I wanted to be doing in code was doing the duos. Now I might have to do something to like identify duos. Just the other thing is, what gods do we have and where would they show up? You know, do we have this coming out in an order that we want? So this decodes. We need to do some further processing on it. I might need to look up some stuff for gods, although I think they're all basically one word. You can just take off upgrade as a quick format of that. So that is, we fetched the traits. We have no model right now, basically. So I guess for now, we just kind of stick this in here. It's a dict string god. And once it's in the model, we could use debug mode if we need to inspect it. Oh, we've not used dict here before. Our init. So init has to set that dict.empty. Okay, so now we could potentially use that in the view. So we've just been drawing a circle so far. Oh, actually, we made a separate thing for this, which has no arguments. Which I guess for now, we'll start with that. Oh, you did have a structure for you. It was just empty. Did I have an alias for this? I did. Which I guess, properly speaking, we should have like a traits.empty or something. Okay. So we've got that. This is just a placeholder for sizing purposes. Not entirely sure how to structure this yet. This is basically saying, I guess, take none of this stuff. Actually, no, you're going to be a collage. Is it collage message? collage message. All right, so traits is a dict. We even have a count? Size, yes. Now, whether I can actually do this in a number variable fashion, I don't know if it'll be convenient versus kind of building it out constant. Maybe we'll need to, well, we'll have to do something for names. Maybe we'll need, like I might want to have the number of degrees to turn. And let's abstract out the problem of what we print, which will be something eventually. And for this, it's just going to be... Oh. The name is implicit. So I'd also have to give you the name. Or at least the key. Unless I go back and change that in the data. And you're just going to be some collage text. Oh. Well, that's inconvenient. Maybe this is kind of the same place data was in our other thing. I might need to specify a size. I might have to do some scaling stuff. So we need to position ourselves. And rotating. Well, actually, straight up rotation might not work here. Or rather, the library rotation might not work here. Because we're going to need to be able to draw lines between things. We have to know exactly where they are. Might work to start. And we're in degrees. No, wait a minute. Rotate Elm angles, which are radians. Oh, degrees. And turn things counterclockwise. Doesn't give us the origin. So what is basics pi? Which means that pi is just available. That is going to be the radius of one circle. So the increment, or is it just times that divided by count every time? I'm going to need an indexed iteration of the dictionary. Maybe toList, and then I can index that. Maybe I don't want it in dictionary after all. All right, and then in list, indexed map. Is it indexed map? Or I need to do some kind of fold? No, I could map it and then do like a stack or something at the end, probably. So I actually need you. I'm going to, well, I was thinking this would be the graph, and then this would handle the angle. It would be nice just to be able to pass a function here. So you're going to get the index and the key data. Let's just see if we can draw something. Now, that is going to be that. So we're going to need to do something like stack to put them together. I need a dict too. We might not need the type. And this is collage.text. Oh, collage.text. Did I? I see render is probably rare enough to be fine. Oh man, it didn't like that. Okay, yeah, we did a data update, and now the JavaScript is messing with us. So our zoom method's not going to work. Let's try and finish the thought. We might have to set text color. We might have to set a text size. From string, empty string, typeface, color. Which, for text, I mean, I was doing them on bubbles here. And how did we specify colors? We did... Well, I guess the first step would be let's get something visible. This is probably a case which is too big. So is this a text dot size, or do we scale this? Oh, you're only in. We might not be able to make this small enough. Nope, wrong one. Yeah, what did I do in schedule graph? Or maybe I did it at some size and then scaled it down, which is kind of weird. Well, it's kind of more reasonable. And everything's still on top of on top of itself. All right, so right now this is going from origin. We probably want to be doing the position setup here. Which means we take this and we... Well, I'm not sure if your rotates are relative or not. Okay, oh no, this needs to be 2.5. Don't know if that's actually where it needs to end up, but it's a start. And then the rotate is... We might have some integer float things here. For integer division to float, and actually that's going to have to apply to the count too. Well, actually, could we just do... Not entirely, because now I is an integer. Okay, does reversing these work? No. Well, I guess we've got to do our own math then. Well, collage might have had some way to get some coordinates, but since it doesn't use any of the transformations, you can't actually like move something to a place where it would be useful. Well, actually, I guess if you change the center of the diagram. How do we do that though? Or this is positioning that thing. This is all just a collage. Even if this got shifted around or something, it wouldn't be good. Maybe if I made a group of it with the shift. But a group has to be a list, right? Well, actually that kind of does. And I think that did keep our order. This is going to have to allow room for the outer arcs, but that might be able to go a little bit farther out. All right, now, we did throw some color data in there. I don't remember what format. HTML colors, which might not work with this library. Now, you depended on a particular color library. And didn't really mention that anywhere. Elm color. Two CSS string, two CSS string, two CSS string. RGB 255, RGB, RGB, HSA from RGB from HSA. Two CSS string. I might have to go revisit how we're packaging our data. Because that's going to be super inconvenient. And in fact, I think most of these in the raw data are in parts. Yeah. So we actually want to do this as like an array of 3 numbers or something. Now, is this being run through... Well, it's sort of implicitly being run through string. I guess we can still use this to an extent. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Although our decoder has to change now. So a color is not a string, it is a... I guess we should actually parse it as a color. Where color is... So we're going to have to take a list of int. I mean, to parse a JavaScript list, I think we have to use list. No, there might be indexed. Requiring a particular index. Okay. Map color dot RGB 255 from index 0 int Oh, you would have to be a map 3. Oh, my type is still dict set color. Oh, and loop color, which is going to use the decoder as well. Expected or after array element. We want you. It has to be with one of these, right? Oh. I was doing a 2 format. Because we used to be doing hex. All right, now that should be something that we can put in directly here. Okay, so what do we do God as? Oh, data. Still selectable. See, that does feel a little different. Oh, well, no, from where Aphrodite is. No, that's opposite Aphrodite, though. Aphrodite, Zeus, Artemis. Oh, yeah, that is, that's something. I'm not sure what. Is that just straight alphabetical? Yeah, that's just straight alphabetical. We're going to have to... I guess I just put the order back into this program. It's going to be part of the presentation. Of course, now this is where you start to want a new thing for the gods, but we're copying this from some already working stuff, so hopefully it'll be fine. So this is not a dict2 list. This is not traits. This is God order. Oh, God. Now I have to deal with the maybes in the dictionary. Maybe we do turn it into a list and then sort it. Do I need to actually look these up by key? And it's only an 8-element array if I do need to search it. Also, oh, why isn't Hermes in here? Did I just purposely exclude him for now? He's in the big chart. Kind of off to the side, but he's in the chart. Oh, because I was using the order as my iteration. Which gets thrown away, so it doesn't matter. Well, if I did it in that order as a list, that would get properly ordered. And you just kind of have to throw out Hermes. Actually, yeah, presentation-wise, I have to do something different with the ordering anyway. I could use a Hermes first or Hermes last as a implicit thing. All right, so back to you. We're going through in order, which means, well, I guess for this purpose, we just add Hermes into the list. And if it is a list, then head would be the easiest thing to pull off. I see no Hermes. Okay, well, I guess that's just unavoidable. Why are you not in order? You're basically... Oh, because I must reverse this somewhere. Because of the drawing order in my other system. And I never bothered to fix this. Okay, so that fixes that. We want to not necessarily use dictionary format, though. Because it's not... So, well, this is maintaining order because we're printing it. Either the JSON loader or the Elm dictionary is not maintaining insertion order, which dict has no real guarantee of that, so fine. So our enclosing object becomes an array. Do I need to care about keys? Well, I guess where I do the presentational upgrade or translation doesn't really matter. Okay, so array of object with a name with too many quotes. I'm doing this enough. Oop. Unixy. Now our decode is going to change again. And our entire structure is going to change again. So maybe we should be wrapping up the trait list. I mean, it's still going to change how we deal with it. It doesn't necessarily help a lot. And that makes it small enough. I almost want to not have that aliased. Use dict anywhere else now. Oh, it means we don't need any trade ID. Oh, there's still that trade ID. It's not the god ID. We're running to the edge of our map numbers here. Oop. And everything else that's using this, which is going to be maybe in main, which this is a simpler form. And our view, I don't think touches it very much. It's not the same. Now we have to do all the Hermes adjustments here. Right. That changes this. You don't need a separate argument anymore. That's going to be 9. Oh, that was a list. Is it not tail? I guess we've got that element. Got it. Oh, got head. Oh, but it's still a maybe because there could be nothing. What about drop? Does drop guarantee a list? Drop guarantees a list. Only the head was a maybe. All right, Artemis Zeus. I think this is indeed flipped from where I had it. So this is the same thing where we want to go. In reverse. All right, so how do we end up positioning that? Well, we made a whole bunch of changes again. Had to change our format. We had to include Hermes. Oh, and all the side effects in the data. Oh, and we had to get this working before we dealt with zooming again, which we probably just can't use that JavaScript. I guess if I just threw leaflet at it, we know we can make that work because it's designed around. Well, no, those weren't Elm layers though; those were just JavaScript layers. I also include the color format. All right, so SVG pan zoom. It does have recent updates. Embed element, object element, image element. These kind of payment zoomed. Custom controls. Document resize. Updated CTM? Oh, asynchronously from pan and zoom events. Oh, common transform matrix? After your SVG is loaded. Attribute width. Viewport bounding box change. Update bounding box. Well, I could do something to destroy and rebuild on re-render. I would do eventually want to make this somehow interactive. SVGs that are hidden. CG script element. Script xlinks href. A root group to be identified by the ID viewport. Oh, gee. Huh. Oh, this is the script in the document. You don't have the controls, but which indicate that there's something to be done. This is apparently is a rasterized image that's been turned into an SVG. All right, so this is referencing a JavaScript file. It's in... I would have to do some custom stuff with collage to make that part of it. Re-rendering it. What do you do? Are you doing standard stuff, or are you... document element? Yeah, so you're basically standard JavaScript. It's just defining it in the SVG. So the SVG loads up and is pinnable, which is nice in and of itself. Well, but that's of a root, so we have to... Yes, that has to be like some kind of transformation matrix. There's not much up here. Where is the startup? Oh, setup handlers root. Root is document element. Okay, so that's that stuff. Get root. Get root SVG doc. Event.target. Owner document. Oh, maybe inside SVG. So I guess the only question would be, what is this doing? Is it going to, if I set this up, would it, to be output by us, would it reparse every time? Well, yeah, setup handlers. So we're still doing like set attributes. That's a window. Element. Yeah, so that's attaching event handlers. So what are we actually doing? We're setting a transform on something. Now this is designed to have a top-level group element, which could have a transform property. That's true. Matrix transform. Is this, oh, is this an element, a thing that's on SVG elements? Oh, that. We could set the transform property from Elm. Maybe this is using it directly. Hmm. That's the attribute. And then a question of, does this one, this is a bit bigger. So yeah, this has a source, so it might be all broken up. I don't know if this has the built version. Okay, it just says, yeah, reference that file. Does that mean it's the minified one? No. Okay, so you're still doing this. Well, yeah, point dot matrix transform. Now, some of that stuff might be hard to do, though. Are they expecting this? Maybe they're talking about a published version. This is the source. Oh, yeah, there's dist. Yeah, there's min, there's that. Okay, but it's relatively stable. This one looks relatively simple. I mean, this probably does more. I don't know how much it fixes versus like all these options. Whereas this is tractable. Well, dragging and scroll wheels might be a bit of a pain in the Elm. Of course, the other thing was since Hades is primarily a controller game, we might want to have controller controls, which SVG Pan Zoom probably won't do. Although those controls are probably more focused on the points, but being able to control our viewpoint probably is a thing we're going to need. I guess the license was here. And we have, is it here offsite? Oop. No. Those are some of the handles we're going to need. I don't know if we can even do this in Elm. And you're relying on the SVG transform methods. Okay, so when we go to setting the transform property, set CTM. That sure looks like it's doing a literal string to me. So that we could do. Oh, and this is an SVG point. I might need to find like an Elm matrix library to make this convenient. So we've got linear algebra, which might actually be allowed to have some performance hacks. Matrix.js. Now you see this is vector 2, vector 3, vector 4, and matrix 4. It looks like what we actually have is possibly a, well, the way it's specified is a 3x2. Which expanded into a 3x3 matrix for the purposes of matrix arithmetic. Well, it's still a matrix 4. So this is like overly focused on the graphics application, the 3D graphics application specifically. Size int, okay. That would be workable. With a given width and height. So I guess that's, given width and height somehow internal. Empty matrix with a given size filled with, okay, so 230. From lists. Cannot be used with, oh. Yeah, matrix 4. Now you see this is only 3x3. N rows by M columns. That's actually a concise but maybe hard to read syntax from 2D list. just from straight up arrays. Oh, and it's A, B, C, D, E, F. I just A component, B component. Now, those have some degree of interpretation. Inverse translate scale. Invert inverse, I'm sure that is going to be the same thing. Ooh. That's an operation we need. Yeah, this is just a matrix type. It's not matrix operations. Yeah, this is once again base for some matrix operations, but it's just the data structure. And once again, just a data structure. And maybe the thing that's doing this is not Elm geometry, linear algebra. Oh, geometry. Linear direction. Matrix math. Right, it's an alt, but it's still the matrix 4. Invertible matrix. Where do you start with this? Complex numbers. Graphics. Wow, this might be a little bit too advanced for us. It's an interesting one, though. So it looks like the only one of these that kind of gives us some of the same basic, well, inverse as one of our operations. We could just go look up how to do it. Identity. Cross dot add scalar multiplication, scalar division. Actually, you don't have, oh. Because this isn't graphics oriented, it's not going to have like translate and rotate. Well, translate and rotate should have pretty straight up like multiply interpretations. The linear algebra thing probably has those, but it's a matrix 4. Oh, that was scalar, single value, matrix by matrix. Now, we could probably get away. So transform is probably a multiply. Translate, scale, translate. No, there's a multiply. Hmm. Might have to look at what that does. Oh, transform matrix by transform. Might be a specialized kind of multiply. Okay, those are matrix. Oh, maybe that applies that to the common transformation matrix. So it's a multiply that's just done on that particular thing. Okay, so transform. Hmm. Oh, this is inside. I think I'd still use a group for that. You could output that, but I'd still have to be like maintaining my internal concept of the current viewport and everything we do to it. Oh, maybe it's like we only use these values, but we're implicitly doing 3 by 3 with this there. Like what we're doing can probably be specified as translate and rotate, but I'd have to actually do some of the math to figure out the points. Now, we still haven't found out what the matrix transform attribute does. DOM interface. Oh, this is whole word. Right, so this is the top level things. So this would have to be like an SVG element. Maybe, or maybe it's the SVG document. Yeah, it's, oh. Color matrix. Yeah, the search is failing here. SVG element that get transformed to element. Get screen CTM. Create SVG matrix. Windows. This is like a dark corner of the DOM, I guess. Yeah, this is the SVG level here. on element. So this is on a group, on a group. I think this thing said it required like a top level group element. Root.getElement by ID viewport. Oh, ID viewport is what you said. GID viewport. So that's just how you found the element. This is, we have a group, and there could be some complications with how you output SVGs. Transform translate 0. Oh, so you're... Huh. So you're by default outputting the things of your top level group. So where is our top thing here? Maybe I'll just do this a little bit. Well, I might have to do this a little bit with operations. Well, there is a debug here. Might not be the clearest one. Oh, that probably put it right off the screen because it's still rotating around the corner. Yeah. And in fact, that puts it at the top level transform. And this is in parts. If we get the translates, oh, this is putting them out in a specific order. We're not going to be rotating. So we just have to work out the math for the translate and rotate. Also, the origin is back up there, which is might be inconvenient. So all we're doing is panning and zooming. Although that might be convenient to do with actual matrix math versus trying to work everything out. But you're already putting a transform attribute on there, so I can't just add a transform attribute to this. I think. Yeah, you don't necessarily have the hook for that. All right, we've got collage. Yeah, this does zoom toward a point. We want that. I guess we lose the controls that indicate it can be panned and zoomed. Was this the one that had... Yeah, this is all the crazy stuff. I wonder if there's general... Pen and zoom for what? Oh, DOM and SVG. Well, it's going to have the same problems with Elm. Wolfram language. Using scale and translate. Hmm. Context, context, context. Offset. Translate. Origin. Yeah, this just comes down to a scale and a translate. Now, he's doing scale and then translate, which that matters. Hmm. It drag the canvas around. Oh, canvas context. Huh. So this is with CSS. Well, it's kind of through the same method to a scale and translate. I think we're doing translate scale. Oh, back to matrix math. Zoom the image about the center. Yeah, divided by 2. Now, collage doesn't necessarily respect some of this stuff, so that could make it a challenge. Hmm. It seems like the few. It almost seems like overkill to get a matrix library for a little bit of stuff here. But I would kind of have to be. No, I can't do this. I can't use these. There's the treasure translate scale translate. I'm not sure what the inverse is all about. It has to do with the direction of multiplication. What's the difference between pan and drag? Event target.tag name. Oh, this is to allow you to drag images around the screen, which would basically disable pan. And drag is disabled and you need to click on an element. Okay, so, how would you even pan if drag was enabled at all? I don't know what the inverse stuff is all about. We only really have two operations, I think. So the matrix library might be overkill. I just we kind of have to work through it ourselves. All right. Well, I guess the events are still somewhat relevant. Mouse up, mouse down, mouse move. Those are window. Hopefully there's a way to do that. So these are root, where root is the, oh, these are document element as well. So it's document versus window. How do we do that? Information about the root of an HTML document and window objects. Following topics. Browser events, on animation frame, keyboard. Script anywhere on the screen, on mouse move, on mouse down, on mouse up, on resize. Ooh, we might have to do some JavaScript stuff for scroll wheel though. So browser.events. browser.events. Oh, I was probably using this for the size support before, which I guess maybe we'll need to know something about that. Decoder. So that would be on a subscription thing. These are all, yeah, these are all subscriptions. There's going to be a value layer decoder message, which I guess we just turned to JSON. Oh, decoders can fail. I guess I could turn it into, I could probably default it to something. We have to somehow map the result back a ways. I don't think you can not send any event, though. Model. This is going to be more of a decoder. All right, down, 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 up, up, up. That should at least be syntactically valid. Or not. Oh, we just did value. Which means you have to be able to talk about JSON stuff. Let's say abstract the entire tracking idea. Decoder. What is it then? Decode error. What's decoder error again? Oh, because we copied the error 3 times. All right, to start with, it's decoder. Huh. Wait, you're a decoder. So we have to do that? No, it wants a decoder of message. But that is a message. Oh, right. So the error is going to come out. Wait. It's just a sub message. So it's just going to throw out the errors. I guess. Internals. Okay, command with data. So, wait. Yes, a debug and error. We're allowed to have stuff. All right, do you have a message? No, yes. Hey, look, it's actual stuff. So the debugs are actually marginally useless here. Okay, we probably, what do we need? Probably like client. Current target, oh. Now, original target is the SVG as a whole. Source element, SVG as a whole, target SVG as a whole. There's an X and a Y, and a page X and a page Y, and a layer X and a layer Y, and a screen X and a screen Y. Do we have a recommendation on what to pay attention to here? Oh, does state if the old transformation matrix? Oh, this is downs. This is setting up. Oh, current transformation invert. Oh, to undo the current state? Oh no, state TF, not IF. State transform. Huh. Oh, drag keeps track of state target. I wonder if this has to do with whether you're like moving the window over the image or you're moving the image in the window. Hmm. So I'm actually not sure what SVG pan does. This defaults to pan mode. So you're using the inverse matrix to wash out all of the all of the current details, but that's introspection. We're gonna have to track everything ourselves. All right, well, some things we need to deal with first. We can be up and we can be down. Event.target.owner document. Oh, because this is a script in an SVG, SVG is the document. So actually, these things should be attached to the SVG, so they only trigger there. Now, how does that work with mouse up and mouse down? Or with if you go outside the view? Wait. Yeah, HTTPS. This is going to be a little bit more involved. That dot handle mouse down, that dot handle mouse up. This dot options. Event listener element. Oh, this is an option. Okay, so everything seems to be attached to the SVG. So then we don't need browser.event. In fact, these are all going to be... Does collage have events? Yeah, collage events. On mouse down, on mouse up, on mouse move. Which... Oh. Are you going to give me enough information, though? Well, actually, on probably does a... lets you do a custom decoder. If we need something more than that. Now, what do we need? Get event point. And drag modes I don't think we're using. Okay, that's just client, which might translate nicely to that. Mouse up is just stopping. Mouse wheel. Mouse move. SVG doc under document. That's doing all the transform stuff on it. Yeah, point might actually be sufficient. But now, this is actually collage stuff, which means it's boon chart that is defining our messages. Or should you take arguments for the events you send? If this is defining the events, it might be more reasonable to have some of the code for managing them here. Wait. The events take the collage? Oh, because these are the things that set up the handler. So that's going to be kind of an awkward type to pass. That's just these attacher functions. So all we need is the point to message. But what's the point? It's a float. So we can fake through that, I think. In here, we probably got point to... Can we do A? Well, I guess it would be message, and we probably might have message, HTML message. All right, so right now that's just ignoring that. So this is probably gonna be most of the events here. Typically, we would do the view message. You don't deal directly with collage. All right, so the boon chart is starting to get complicated. Oh, this is going to change the message type for this whole thing. Oh, right. I don't even know how it let me get away with that before. Great, because the type never mentioned it. So these are going to become UI things, which we don't... UI view.none, which we don't get values now. We'd have to re-encode it to get the point. I guess we could actually debug log now. Did I remove my other events? Forgot the in. Oh, I haven't done anything with these yet. This is our top level graph. It's on a collage that renders it. Oh. It probably won't even let me do that, will it? Oh. Oh, because it's collage.events. We've not brought this in at all yet. Events. Okay. So it looks like I'm going to have to do a filled background. And maybe SVG, the in SVG pan zoom had the same problem. Now browser level might kind of work here. Because it would eventually, when it would be possibly into the full screen. So outlined. Filled? Oh. Style does both. Was I still using this? Oh no, your sole purpose was to define the bounds of this. So, that, okay. Okay, so now we get all the events. Now, the annoying thing about this is when on the subscribe, we had a very nice way to subscribe and unsubscribe to those events. This, we kind of need to change the collage to add and remove event handlers. And this style, I don't know is going to be conducive to doing that. Or still we need to do a whole lot of model. Boon chart actually has to start caring about state. Well, it has to react to state. I guess it's still this. Equals what? We might need to know where our last point was. We might need to know our origin point. Not sure about that. So you have to be able to expose that so that the view can pass it in. And the view is going to get that from the model. But you haven't had to deal with boon chart before. But I don't see how I can avoid that now. Now, maybe I could do some sort of generic drag tracking. Its points are float, flip. These are actually integer. I have to case match because there's a variable in there. I guess I could do not released. Oh, no, we have to do... And not really, because this has to be a big nested type signature. Oh, you're giving me a mouse event message. And you're going to be message to message. Mouse event message. And then this thing is a point to message. So what are you? Are you a handler and a tagger? Engineered the drag. Does this read that much nicer? Oh, we're going to have to add one drag in there. I guess in a sense, well, doesn't really matter at this point. I guess I could leave this collage off, just make this identity. Just a whole lot of stuff. Oh, really? Well, this is still very much found to pointer events. Can we do this of the collage, though? And that would just be a collage to collage. It wouldn't have to deal with mouse events, I think. But you have to be collage to collage, and you have to take a collage to collage. It's kind of like a map. This does read nicer here, and we don't need to do all this stuff. Now, we might have to get... Oh. The other versions of this are going to need to react to both states. So we're actually going to have to do some case logic. To pull out the point and apply it to, I guess the event would have to pass, well, huh. Should we use the stored state or the state at the time the event was received? It kind of depends on if that point ends up being last point or start point. Start point would probably be fine to just use the one in the model. Last point would always give you relative motion regardless of what had happened. Right now we're looking at recording the start point and then just kind of figuring out the absolute until we release. Or maybe a function that takes a collage and applies all of the events would make sense, because then it could pull out points if needed to. Okay. Oh, because we're not doing anything in reaction to state. I see, no, we're not doing anything with this right now. We eventually need to do stuff with that. On mouse down, we need to change this. Model or drag equals drag point. And then on up, we need to change is it dragging? Dragging, okay. Okay, so we don't do excessive moves. That's good. And we really want this to be interactive. So I guess if I only did it while dragging for now, I still have to have something in the model. Is it just an offset? You can probably say better what it should be after some experience. Maybe you need to talk about points too. We did end up bringing in boon chart. But point would be, if I bring in everything, then point is exposed. I can't re-expose point. Unless I deliberately import a bunch of stuff from collage so that I can exclude importing point. Oh my god. Yeah, you have no place to export that nicely. We have to init that. All right, and then that has to go to the view. We're almost going to need the entire model at some point here. Now, transform probably doesn't take a point, does it? In a case statement, I can break that out as like that. Yeah, it doesn't like that. We're in events. Oh, it's shift. Oh, it does take float float. All right, so on up. This may get a little bit more complicated. So offset. Oh, we have point and we have model point. Oh boy. Some point operations might be in order here. These might be the same units. Oh, so this should technically happen on move. And, oh, and the nice thing about doing it on move, actually, is we don't permanently change anything. We might be able to just say offset equals point, actually. For now. No, we still have to do the difference. No, actually, this is... Oh, during movement, the original... No, we need our drag start on mouse move, which should only be legal while we're dragging. So we have to get the difference. And say our offset is equal to... Our offset is equal to point. Maybe it is. We're not doing any differencing with it. All right, what are you complaining about? because we left this here. Oh, yeah, so we've got the capture problem. And kind of a coordinate problem as well. So the offset we're applying is not what we want to do. Or we have to like do some unoffsetting first, maybe. That might remove the feedback effect. But then we do have to deal with the differences of points and stuff. The coordinates we're getting definitely seem to be influenced. Well, I guess the diagram is getting wider and wider, essentially. It actually makes me wonder. Well, no, because the containing square will still move around. Because it always like does a shrink fit. So I can't just do it before we move the diagram. Yeah, our offset is relative, not absolute, for one thing. So we might still need some helper functions at least. So we've got a doesn't imply a direction. So if we do this as a pipeline, which ends up being a little weird relative to other things. We take I have to break that sooner or later. So the last thing we'll apply would be sub this from that. So we need this point. Now this is where we need dragging point. Do I want to do something specifically to do relative to drag? Okay, so drag is complicated. point, we can go ahead and pull out. And this would actually be invalid. Just to really start. Which actually this could have been the sub maybe. Oh, but these are actual points. So take the difference. Is the difference simply our offset? No, we're not doing anything. The coordinates we're going to get back are modified by our offset. Oh, interesting. X and Y are backwards. Where should we deal with that? Otherwise, that actually works surprisingly well. Probably because... Oh, yeah, because that's a hard set. Feels a little slow. Maybe because they're printing to the console. Probably doesn't help. Still lagging a bit. Or maybe there is a feedback effect that's like constantly adjusting it towards the point. Huh. Oh, yeah, ooh. Well, it's gone now. So yeah, that's not quite right. Now we actually do need the coordinates. Well, we specifically need the down, I guess. Oh, I can't help. Oh, yeah, we can go off the edge. Okay, so we do have an issue with going off. So that might be a little bit of an issue. Huh. I wonder if I could get that from the global browser events. Well, they're still out of window, I guess. I don't know. How will the other one handle that? Okay, stops at the browser edge. That's not unreasonable. There's also the visibility change to detect that, I think. So I saw something about that. But it's not like broken. Actually, there's like a mouse out you could use to at least treat it as an up. It's a hard reset to 0. Okay. Yeah, we kind of need to leave. Okay, so yes. We always reset to 0. Oh, that left, good. So if we're over, that reset to 0 delta change. Oh, and we're still invert. Where do I want to handle invert? So that's that. I guess it's the transform in the SVG that feels off. Is that right though? I guess for our offset. Because we didn't do it. Maybe we should track dragging, and if it comes back into frame, you should pick it back up again. So if we're over here and we move again, and we should be doing this on mouse up as well. So that might need to get started to a function. We need to capture the offset at start. Unfortunately, we define dragging here because you have to use it. Where the click was, where the or can we just put that into point? Oh no, because it has to be relative to whatever we got when we started. The dragging part is effectively relative motion. When we update, we were just setting it to relative motion. So we do need the offset at drag start. Does that go in model state or does that go into dragging? Because I guess you don't actually use use, we were just released, not released for our event subscription. I guess I could make it a bunch of maybe events. And then have something upper level take care of it. Because you're really just using it as Boolean. This is only doing from start, so actually we don't care about this here. But now we have to do more complicated things here. As we're literally just doing this. So we almost want to say that we need a different operation here. Well, no, if we use the current offset, we'd get feedback effects. Maybe if we kept updating the point in dragging with the last point, so it could always just get relative motion, which I think is kind of what was happening here. State transformation, inverse, translate. Which TF was itself an inverse. Oh, get event point, translate it through the transformation matrix. Then you invert that again. Oh, there is a state origin. Get event point. Okay, so they're tracking the origin and the original transform. And you're getting coordinates relative to the original transform. So start to point is we're getting a delta. We need to apply that delta or does this basically come down to offset minus start plus point? Maybe if we were translating the last point to get relative motion, which is kind of what that's doing. Would we then be able to use our current offset? No, that was capturing the origin at start. No, state if is originally transformation. Huh. Set current transformation matrix. As it stands, we would need to put model out offset into here. What was it when things started? That's our difference. Would we then want to take that and say this is our difference? We want to take our difference and our new offset is our old offset plus that total difference. I mean, that's at least logical. I don't know if it's efficient. And add is transitive, so we could pipeline it. I know. Are we subtracting? I just did our start offset plus the difference in drag. And I feel like there's a better way to represent this. Drag. It feels kind of weird that we're not like updating offset. Okay, that's fine. Okay, well, something. Oh, maybe that's that 0, 0. But this is giving me a new offset. I don't have anything to put here. Well, that's kind of a sign in of itself. If every move updated our dragging with just the last point. You might have some weird things at the edges. I almost feel like I almost need to kind of keep around like dragging relative and dragging absolute and kind of flip flop until we get things straight. Unfortunately, it's getting a little too late right now. So I need to go eat lunch. I'm kind of way overdue for lunch. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support from subscribers. And let's see if I have any other coding going on. Not a whole lot, no. That's what I'm usually on. I usually end up wrapping up sooner. Huh. There's not a whole going on. I do see some griffings just starting up. He's probably going to be chilling and chatting for a while. Although it says the project for today is a straw poll clone with Meteor and React, which is kind of interesting. Someplace cool to hang out. That's someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye, and until next time.